This is the app that we will build. This is the home page, this is the login page, and this is the register page. Let's try to register a user now. So I'll create this user. When I submit, I will get redirected to the login page. Now I have two options when I try to log in. So I will try the first one. Now it is asking us to put the authenticator code, so we will use two-factor authentication in this course. I scanned it with my phone and now I will put the correct value. And now I'm logged in. We will log in via access and refresh tokens. If I check the application console, we will see here a refresh token which is HTTP only. And if I refresh, we will see that we are requesting the user. We are not getting the first time. We are using the refresh endpoint to refresh our access token, and we are getting the authenticated user. So we are using also access and refresh tokens. We can log out and we will log in again, but this time we will log in with our Google account. And that's it. I'm logged in with my own account, so the name and surname is different. And that's it. We will log in via two-factor authentication. We will log in via our Google account. And in case you want to change your password, I added also a forgot password functionality. So I'll change the password of this user that I created. I'll submit and we will send an email. And we will open the software to receive emails. And as we can see, we received an email here. I'll click this email and I'll click this button to reset our password. And we will get redirected to a new page where we can reset our password. I will put a 1-character password. I'll submit and it is successful. Now, when I log in with my previous user, I will use this 1-character password and it is successful. Note that the second time that you are logging in via two-factor authentication, we won't display the QR code because it is already stored in your phone. So I'll put the correct code here, 643914, and I'm successfully logged in. So this is the app that we will build. If you are interested in building this app, consider taking this course. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the course where we're going to build authorization authentication API in Java with the help of the Spring framework. So Spring is a framework which aims to make Java a bit simpler, make web applications in Java simpler and modern, and it really reduces the amount of code that you would have to write to have a web API, functional web API, functional application. So to start, we are going to go to start.spring.io. Okay, it's the Spring initializer. It's an online tool that allows you to customize the project that you want to have, and in the end you get a zip file that contains the folder structure that you should use to develop in Java, and basically pre-configures a lot of things for you and makes it easier for you to get something to start working on. So we are going to use Java language. We are going to use Maven as a project management tool. We are going to use Spring Boot, the latest version available, 2.6.4. So we have here some other versions that are more recent, but those are snapshots and milestones. So they are not final release versions. The latest release available, this is one. We have some project metadata, the grouping of our project. So this I'm going to change to the one I want. And I'm also going to change the artifact name to auth. Name is the same as artifact name, auth. Then description, I'll change it, demo project for Spring Boot, auth API in Java. Packaging is going to be jar. And we are going to use Java 17. We are going to use some of new features that appeared after Java 11. Then the only thing I need to to do is to add the dependencies that I'm going to need to my project. We are going to need Spring Web. Okay, it's one of the dependencies to allow us to build RESTful APIs. We are going to use Spring Data JDBC for a persistence layer. Okay, we are going to need a database. In this case, I'm going to use H2 database. It's not a production-ready database, so it's not something that you'll use in an application that you have, a full application that you have deployed somewhere, but is used a lot in testing, for example. It's used in some simple proof of concept and projects like this. It's easy to use, it's quick to use, and usually you don't need to set up server for database application. You don't have extra work, so we are going to use it for this reason. We are also going to use Spring Security. We are not going to use the full integration of Spring Security, but there are some components of Spring Security that we are going to use, so we will need to add a dependency as well. Later on the tutorial, we are going to send emails, so I'm also adding the dependency for the mail sender. We are going also to use Lombok, which is a developer tool. It's not something that is absolutely necessary, but makes it a bit easier to develop and faster to develop. And when we start using Lombok, I will explain why this is added here. So the dependencies are all here. The configuration, everything is as we want. So we can just click generate. We have a zip file. We can extract the zip file and export the folder to the desktop. And then we can just open the project in your favorite editor. I'm going to use IntelliJ. So I can just open desktop folder, auth, and here I have the structure of my project. So you can look it up really quick. We have POM.xml, which is the Maven configuration file. We see here everything that we chose. So the version of Spring Boot, the group ID, artifact ID, name, description, Java version, and we see listed all our dependencies here. Okay. So everything that we needed is here. And then on the src folder, in your source folder, we also see the standard Java structure. So we have a main with our source code and resources, and the test with our test applications. So here is the project, is ready to start working on. One last thing is to just run the application and see what we have. So the application started. Let me just say yes, that I want to enable this. The application just started. If I go to the browser, if I go to localhost 8080, which is the default port for Spring, I have a sign-in menu, so my application is running on port 8080. And to confirm, we see here that is running on port 8080 on the console as well. So project is started, the application runs. Now we just have to do with it what we want and implement the features we need. We have the application ready on our editor. It's time to start working. We are going to start by the data model. We are going to build the database structure that we need to support the authentication of our users. We are going to use a feature of Spring JDBC that allows us to create from the Java code the database structure that we want. Okay, to do that, going to this resources folder here in source main resources. I'm going to create a new file. This file will be called schema.sql. This file name is going to be detected by Spring, and it's going to be executed when we launch the application, and it will create the schema that we want and that we need. Okay, so to start, I'm going to create the user table. Create table, if not exists, user. And this table will have an ID of type identity, and in this case, not null. It's going to have first name. This will be a string, so in SQL terms is a varchar of, say, 255, also not null. It's going to have a last name, also a string, so varchar 255, also not null. All of these files are mandatory. It will have an email, varchar 255, also not null, and a password that we're going to use to log in, varchar 255, also not null. This was a bit too much forward, so let's fix the indent. Going to use 4 spaces indent, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's correct it. So like this. Now that the table definition is finished, I'm missing this. We can go to our application properties file, and we need to define the properties that we're going to use to connect to the database. I'm going to launch presentation mode to make it more visible. So first property that I'm going to define is called Spring data source URL. Okay, and this is the link to our database. Doesn't matter which database it is, if it's MySQL, if it's SQL Server, if it's H2, we have to set up the URL to our database. In this case, I will use the one for my database, so JDBC, H2, file, and location of file I will define here as well. It's going to be called AuthDB to be on the root folder. And this is specific to H2. I will add some connection properties. They depend from vendor to vendor, but they also belong here in this property. In my case, I'm going to use db close on exit false. This is that the database is persisted if I run the application multiple times. Auto reconnect is going to be true. If there is an issue, it will connect again. And then this last one, auto server equals true. This is to facilitate, capital letters, auto server. This is to facilitate using the database. In this case, it means that if I'm connecting to the database through another tool to see the contents of the database while the application is running, I will not have any issue. The other property that we're going to need, spring.dataSource driver class name. In this case, this is the driver name that we use. In this case, it's org.h2.driver. Spring data source username, we're going to use auth, and Spring data source password, we are also going to use auth. Next, we are going to define two properties still related with SQL. So Spring SQL init mode, we are going to define always. This property tells Spring to always run the schema.sql file. Okay. And the other one, Spring SQL init platform, it's going to be h2 as well. Finally, not related with the database, but we are already doing it, I'm going to define server port 8000 instead of 8080. Just personal choice. If it's production environment, in a lot of situations is port 80. It's by default is 8080, but depends on the application. In this case, we are defining with value 8000. And the other one, server error include message, I'm going to say always. Recently, Spring Boot changed the way they handle errors, and the message with the description of the error is no longer displayed. In this case, I want it to be displayed. We are going to define some custom message, and I want it to be displayed. So I add this here as well. Okay. So now the application is here. I'm going to copy the connection string. Okay. You can choose any tool to connect to database. I'm going to use the built-in from IntelliJ. You can also use the Beaver. So I'm going to choose H2 database. I'm going to paste the URL. And in this case, I don't need this db close on exit false. I can leave it. No worries. And we're going to use auth and auth for these two. And I can click OK. This will return an error. Database is not created. Yeah, but he will create. So I received the warning that the two files were created now. In this case, they were created when I connected with the database tool. But if I launch the application, they will also be generated. So to show it, I will delete. I will launch my application. And in a little bit, the files will be detected by IntelliJ. They will be there. And now, if we connect here, so if I refresh this, AutoDB tables, I have here my user table. And I can open the table and see the contents. For the moment, we don't have anything, but the table is already created. We'll close this, minimize that. Can now stop the application. One last thing that I will do is that I will add files to Git. So in this case, I will go to Git and add file. It's not mandatory, but usually when you're working, you should use some kind of versioning. I'm using Git, which means that at every step I will commit the changes I do. This makes it easier, especially when following courses like this, because if you have a mistake and you need to go back, you can just right click, go to Git and do rollback, and you roll back to the place that you were in the beginning of the tutorial of the lesson. So I always recommend to do the same and commit messages as we go. In this case, I don't want this file. I clicked add this file to show. I don't want this file to be added to Git because it's my database, contains the data. So I'm going to the gitignore file and add the exclusion here, h2 file. I want to ignore auth eb. So like this, not git. So like this is in the gitignore file. So now if I commit, I will put my commit message. So in this case, database ready. Don't want to commit that file. So I can close my project, and now I'm ready for the next step. Now that our database and tables are ready, we need to implement an object in Java that will map to that table. We are going to use Java ORM, so Object Relationship Model. It means that we have Java object that is the exact image of the database, of the data structure that we have on the database. So I'm going to create a class. We call it user. I will add it to Git. And this class is the class that will represent my user in database. So all the information that I have on my database table, I will have to add it here. So I have private long ID, private string first name, private string last name, private string email, private string password. Now to handle these private fields, I will need getters and setters, and I will need a constructor to the class. This is where the dependency called Lombok that I mentioned, it will facilitate the work that we have to do. So I will use this annotation getter and this annotation setter, and this will create and generate getters and setters for every field on this entity. So on this object, you will see that when you interact with it, is as if you generated the getters and setters yourselves. It's not only for getters and setters, that it is also allows to generate constructors and other things like the toString. For example, we can also do that. toString, generate a toString method in a standard way for everything. And allows also to generate constructors. In this case, I don't want that. I want to have my own constructor defined. So I will generate constructor for all methods. Okay, but I'm going to make this constructor private. The reason for this, we are going to use a Java pattern, which is the factory method. So if I want to create a new user, I will not use the constructor to do that. I will have a static method of type user called of. Okay, this is the factory method pattern. So it will be first name, string last name, string email, string password, and then I will return a new instance of user, null, first name, last name, email, and password. Okay. And because this constructor is private, it can be used here, but cannot be used outside. So you will never be able to create anything with the constructor. You will use it with this method. You see that the ID is null. The ID is managed by the database. We define it as an identity field. And in fact, here we also have to give this information to Spring. So we need to annotate this field with ID, this one from org Spring Framework data annotation ID. You need to be careful because there is also another famous ID annotation from Java persistence. That's not what we need in this case. So we need this as org Spring Framework data annotation ID. This is the one we should use. And one last thing missing, this constructor we are going to annotate with persistence constructor. Okay, so this is to tell Spring this is the constructor that my JDBC Spring Data JDBC will use when mapping data from user to here. This is what we want to have. And for the moment, this is everything we need. We don't need getters and setters because Lombok will do this for us. So we have a model that represents our database. Going to leave presentation mode. My file is ready. I will launch the application to make sure I didn't break anything, that still compiles, that I don't have any error. So the application is running. Now the only thing missing is to commit my changes. So step 3, model ready, and I can commit and go to the next step. Now that we have our model created, we need to create our repository to interact with that model and to interact with the database. So I'm going to create a new file here called user repo. It's going to be an interface. I'm going to add it to Git. So the first thing I'm going to do is to annotate this class with repository. This is to let Spring know that this is a special class that handles the communication with database. And it's going to extend CRUD repository. And this CRUD repository, it will handle users. They will be indexed by along. What I'm saying here is that this is the main entity that the CRUD repository will return. And the primary key of user is along. We define it here as along. So that's why we put long there. And as far as repository is concerned, it's pretty much it. The only other thing that we have to do in Spring, in my auth application, so in the main class that we have from the beginning, I'm going to add the annotation enable JDBC repositories. This is only because we are using JDBC. So because we are using JDBC, we need to add this annotation here. Then I will run my application and everything works. So I can commit the changes and go to the next step. Repositories implemented. We have our data model implemented. We have our repositories enabled. The application runs. So it's time to start working on the API. I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call it Auth Controller. And the first thing I'm going to do is annotate this with REST controller. So REST controller is a special Spring annotation that will tell that this class is a controller. It handles requests that are dispatched to the server. They are handled by this class. And the REST controller, because there is also one annotation called controller, REST controller actually extends controller and adds some other things like that every request will have a response body, for example. So next step is to do a request mapping and to say that I want all requests that are done to /API to be handled by this class, is what I'm doing here. Every request to /API will be mapped to this class. And the next step is to do a get mapping value /hello, and I will map this /hello to this method. Call the method hello, no arguments, and then I will just return a string that says hello. So every request in /API/hello will be handled by this method. It's time for me to run my application. And now if I do requests, if I do a new get request, localhost hello, this will be 8000. We'll call it hello request. It's a get request. If I send this request, I have 401 unauthorized. And if I do this in the browser, I will have a please sign in message. This happens because we are using Spring Security and we didn't disable it yet. So Spring Security is still securing your application, and we will have to disable it because we are not working with Spring Security for authentication. We are building something ourselves. So I need to I'll create a package this time, okay, config, to store all the configurations of our application. I'll create a new Java class. And this Java class will be called security config. Okay, I want to add. The first thing I'm going to do is to annotate this as a configuration class. Okay. Same thing, it says Spring configurations, Spring annotations that tell that this is a configuration class. This extends web security configurer adapter. This is the way that we customize Spring Security. It's extending this class in Spring Boot. And now I'm going to override methods. So those are the methods of the class. I want to override this one. So it's a protected method, HTTP security. And then I want to do HTTP authorize HTTP requests and matchers. So all requests that match this pattern. So any pattern, permit all. Okay, I want to allow all requests that match this pattern to be handled. So I can now relaunch the application. If I run my request again, I will get my string hello. I can check it in the browser as well. API hello now says hello. So my security configuration is now disabled, and we can implement the methods that we want. We are ready to work on the rest. authentication API, the first thing that we're going to need is a register endpoint to register new users. So to do that, I'm going to add a post mapping. Okay. In REST APIs, post changes state, create resources. So I'm going to create a new resource. I'm going to create a new user. And the value of this will be /register. Then I'm going to map this to a method called register. This method will return a user. I want to return the user information that I created. And I'm going to use this annotation, request body. So I'm telling Spring Framework know that this object that I'm putting here, which will also be the object user, is a representation of my request. I will use this. And then I want to have access to my repository that I created. So I'll add here private final user repo. It's going to be called user repo. And I'm going to add this to the constructor because Spring uses constructor injection to inject the controller. What this means is that Spring will detect that the repository exists. There will be a bin with this user repository, and Spring will, when generating the bin that handles the request mapping, it will inject here the class that I need, the implementation that I need. And on my register method, I'll return user repo dot save. We see here all the methods that are in the CRUD repository by default, just by extending it. We save the user that we receive. Okay. And this is it. We can now leave our presentation mode. We can relaunch the application. It runs. And if I send my request, I have it here already, a request. First name A, last name A, email A, B, password. I'm not sending ID because ID is handled by database. If I send this, I get an error forbidden. The reason for that is on my Spring security. I need to disable CSRF. Okay, we are going to use GWT for authentication. We're going to do authentication with JSON Web Token. We don't need cross-site request forgery protection. This is to be used when we use session cookies, for example, which is not what we are going to use. So we need to disable this because in this case it's not allowing our application to authenticate. And now if I relaunch my application, if I send again my request, I create a user with ID 3, first name A, last name A, email a@a.com, password A. So my application is working. I'm saving things on database. If I open my table now, I see that I have a few users here, one that I just created, and the others I had created in some attempts before while building the test cases. So the application is working as we'll expect. We can stop the application. And as always, we can commit these changes. We can view what we are changing. So we can commit step 6. Register endpoint is always good to keep track of the iterations that we do on our work. We can commit. Okay, so we have our first endpoint. We do some interesting things already, but we need to keep in mind also the long term of the application. Even during the course, we are going to create many endpoints, and we need to keep things clean and organized. One of the things I want to do is to change a bit the way we are using. So this kind of API design is very specific to Java, and I want to use underscores instead of the camel case to identify the API request body. How can I do that? How can I do that in this in this context? There is one option. Okay, I could go to the user class that I have here. I can go to first name, and I can say JSON property first name. And for the last name, I can say JSON property last name. Okay. And this will work. If I run the application, if I register the user again, I have my ID. Okay, ID 4. This works, and I see that the application also changed the output response. So here we see already one problem of this approach is that by changing the request, you are also changing the response. And sometimes you want this. In this case, it's moving from camel case to underscore. So you could want this, but sometimes you don't. And this is the problem of this approach. So I'll roll back this change. Okay, I will stop my application. I will roll back this change. And I to also remove the import. And I will go to my controller. What I'm going to do now is to use a feature of Java 14. That's the one of the main reasons why you're using also Java 17 is to have all of these good features. I'm going to use the record, and I'm going to create register request. And this is what usually is called a DTO. Okay, I'll do it. Roll back, let me put presentation mode. So I want a record, register request. This is usually called a DTO. DTO is a very famous pattern. Stands for Data Transfer Object. I think it comes from a book from Martin Fowler. Is a good reference in software design. But it's the idea that when you need to transfer objects between applications, sometimes even between layers of applications, you create an object whose only responsibility is to transfer data between those applications. Okay, and this is what we are going to do, and records are very good for that. So what I want to say is that my register request is going to have a string first name, string last name, string email, and string password. Okay. And this has the same problem. First name, it's Java camel case. So in JSON, it will be also Java camel case. So I will use here the JSON property to say that I want this to be first name. and I want this to be last name. Like that. Okay. And usually when you are registering a user, you don't put just the password. You put the password and the confirmation of the password to avoid any mistakes that you might do. So I'm going to add this here already. Password confirm. And I will also change the name of this JSON property. I will call it password confirm. Okay. In this case, it's a long string. I will break this down to make it easier to read. Okay. So this is my record that will be the mapping for this. Okay. So now the next step is to say register request. And this will be my user. And now this method no longer knows, because this save method takes a user from the database. It's not the request. So I will also change here the name for register request. And what I will do is here we created the factory method user of, and I will use first name register request first name, register request last name, register request email, register request password. Okay, and this is my implementation. So I can leave this. I will launch my application again. I will go to Postman. I will send the request again, and it works. So I don't have anything here. The user is mapped to the database by Spring. I don't have, I'm not naming properties here. I'm naming this in my DTO object. You could extract this to a separate file if you want. Personally, for Java records, I use this syntax. Okay, I'm just remove the indentation here. For Java records, I really prefer to have this close to the endpoint. Is a very concise syntax, so I prefer to have it here than to have somewhere else. And we can do the same for the response. So we can have record response request register response, and here I will have pretty much the same thing until this. Okay. I don't want to send my password back. I just want to send the information, first name, last name, and email. That's all I want to return. So I return here register response. Okay, and I will have to change this. So I'll create var user that equals this. Go zoom in again. Var user. Okay, and I still have to return, so I will do return here, register response. Okay, I need to create a new register response now. New register response, user get first name, user get last name, user get email, and finally user, and that's it. Yeah, nothing more to add. No, I want to return the ID for the moment. Long ID. So user ID. Okay. So this is why this is the main reason why we use ETOs. It's because we want to split. Most of the times we want to have requests different from the response, and records is really a clean way of doing this. It's compact, it's concise. So this is the reason why we are using DTOs. So I'm going to restart the application. I'm going to send a new register request. And this time I have my first, last ID and email. I have it here. Okay. Now I have the record as I want, with the information I want, which is different from this one. Let's do some cleanup first. We have this hello endpoint, we don't need it, so deleting. And then I mentioned in the previous video that we have a password to confirm. So we put always, most of the time, our passwords twice to avoid any mistake between password and password to confirm. However, we are not doing any validation here. So I will add this validation now. And I will introduce also the topic of exception handling on these frameworks, on Spring Framework. So if I will use the safe way to compare objects in Java. So object equals, if my register request email, if my register request password doesn't match my register request password to confirm, negation. So if they don't match, if they don't match, I want to throw a new exception, and there is a response status exception. It's again a exception in Spring, and I'm going to raise this exception with HTTP status bad request, and I'm going to add the message passwords do not match, and I will close here. Okay, so I'm adding this validation. Can leave the zoom mode. So if our passwords don't match, I raise an exception, and this is the way we in the Spring MVC framework we handle HTTP errors. So every time that you are somewhere and you find a situation where you clearly see that, okay, my request will fail, this is the way you make it fail. You raise the response status exception, you identify which error type you want to send, and you put a message if you wish. So if I run my application now, if I go to Postman, if I try to create a user with password A, user is created. If the passwords don't match, I get status bad requests and I get the message do not match. Okay, as we specified, password do not match. This is the error message we get. So this is how we handle exceptions within Spring, and this is how we return error cases every time that something happens. And in this case, if I go on the database, you will see that this was, of course, raised before anything was saved. So if I open, I don't have the ID 8, I have only the ID 7 that I created on the request below. Now that we have our register endpoint working, we have to take care of some details. It's a very poor security practice to store passwords directly on the database. When you protect your things, when you put a password on something, you need to protect that password from everyone else. And everyone else also means the IT people that work in the websites that you visit or in the companies that you register. So as a IT professional, you should not really have access to any other passwords than your own passwords. And the way we are storing information today, it doesn't reflect that. Okay, so the next step is for us to take care of these things. I'm going to create a new file in the config folder. I will call it bin config. Okay. I will use this file to store all the bin configuration that we are going to use. First thing is to say it's a configuration class, so I'm going to annotate with this class. And then I will define a bin. I will call it password encoder. And the type will be password encoder. Okay, and this will return the bcrypt password encoder. This is the main reason why we're using Spring Security. It's to be able to use this bcrypt password encoder. It's out of the content. It's not really needed to build encoder ourselves, and even if we do, it's likely that it's not going to be as secure as something that is audited by a lot of people around the world. So we create this password encoder bin, and we go back to our service where we said that we have all the service logic. And what we do is to add private final password encoder. I will need to add this as constructor parameter. I do the validation if the passwords match, and after that, I'll just do password encoder, encode, and I will encode this password here. Okay. The same method I had before. The only change I'm doing is to encode the password before saving. I'll relaunch my application. Before I cleaned up the database from the previous tests. So I have my table now. Okay, table is empty. And if I register my user again with the same test case I had before, So it still fails if the passwords don't match, they don't match. And if they match, if I go to my database, my password is now saved, encoded. It's not possible to take this hash and to take this encoded password and find out your original password, and that's how the passwords are usually secured when stored in databases. Now close this. As always, we commit before moving to the next step. Okay, and that's it. In the last video, we created a register endpoint. It's working. We saw that we can create users. So now it's time to create the logging endpoint to allow us to authenticate a user. Start with a post mapping, and we define the endpoint that we need. So in this case, I want -login. I will keep the same structure, the same convention. So I'll have login response to return a login response object. I will call my method login, and the body of the request will be structured as in the login request object. That doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it right away. We use Java records as before. So my login request will be simply a string email, string password. And for the login response, I will copy exactly the same structure that I'm using in the register endpoint. I will change the name to login response. In this case, one could argue, why not using the same object? If the object is already here, why do I duplicate code instead of just using the same object? And the reason and the answer to that is that these two objects, so first of all, they are not classes, they are records, and they are objects with two different purposes. The register response record, its purpose is to structure the response of the register endpoint call, and the login response is to structure the response of the logging endpoint call. And at this point in time, the response is the same, but in the future, they might have different responses. And by clearly separating these two concerns in different records, we make sure that in the future, if we have to change one or the other, we will not have side effects and we will not have to do this impact analysis. So it's just a good practice to use these different purpose records. So my application, I need my user. I need to find the user for this email that I'm going to receive. So on my auth service, I will create the method login. And this method will take login request email and login request password. Those are the arguments of my method. I will gently ask my IDE to create the method. Method will return type user to take a string email, string password, and for the moment it returns null. For the moment it's fine. So on my controller I will return a new login response. And if we see the signature of login response is ID, first name, last name, email. So user.id, user first name, user last name, user email. We see that the editor helped me with that. So return login response, ID, first name, last name, email. My controller is implemented. We go to the logging method in the service. Okay, I'm now in authorization service, auth service as I called it. And here I need to simply do, I need to do three things. I need to find my user by email. I need to see if the passwords match. And I have to return my user. That's it. Find user by email. So I want to find my user. And I use my repository. I have a user repo. And I need to find... And I don't have a method yet to find by email. So I'll write it like this. Find by email. Java is a verbose language. So you should write long methods. And the methods should be descriptive. And sometimes it's a bit too much information on the screen, but sometimes it comes, there's a reason for this to be like that. And this is one of these cases. And in fact, I will now kindly ask my editor to also create this method on my user repository class, so on my user repo. This class will return an optional user because the user might or might not exist for this email. And in fact, when I write it like this, Spring Data, which is the framework that we are using, will write a query in the background that is something like this. Email equals email. Okay. This is what it's done with this email being that email here, the argument. In the background, the framework will write this query for us. So it will find, it will do not a select all, but select one, where email equals email. So we don't need to worry about this. The framework will do for us. In this case, having to write long method names, it comes to our advantage. So I'll find my email. This is of optional user, so I might not find it. If I don't find it, I will throw an exception. So in this case, I will throw a new response status exception. We are always using the same exception. HTTP status bad request. And I will say invalid credentials. Okay. So if I don't find a user for this email, I will throw a bad request with invalid credentials. Then I need to see if the passwords match. So if, and I will use my password encoder for this, which contains a method matches. And if you see the signature, the match method will compare a raw password with an encoded password. Without digging in the detail, but the password is stored usually with a salt to avoid that if you encode the password, you will find if you encode multiple times the same password, if you don't use the salt, you get the same result. So despite not being able to decode again the password, we are also you will always be able to see if two different people had the same password or not. So to avoid this, usually they are stored with a salt that solves this issue and causes passwords that are encoded multiple times to have always different output on database. So my raw password when I received it, and then my encoded password, user gets encoded password. And in case I want to negate this, so if they don't match, I want to throw a new response status exception. HTTP status bad request. In this case, invalid credentials. Same errors as above. Here we opt to hide the fact if the wrong credential is the user or the password. This is simply to, if someone is trying to find user password by brute force, we hide this piece of information from them. And then we just return the user, and we can clean up these comments. They are not needed anymore. It's clean. So I'm leaving presentation mode. I will run my application. To Postman, I will try to log in. Log in, my password is correct. If my password is wrong, I have invalid credentials. If my password is correct, but my email doesn't exist, I get also wrong credentials. So my logging endpoint is working as we expected. Only thing left is to commit the changes. Step 11, logging endpoint. We changed the controller, we changed service, and we also changed the repository to implement these methods. So you can commit, and see you in the next video. We created the logging endpoint, we created a login service method, and we created the find by email method on the user repository. And this implementation, it makes a very strong assumption, which is that the user, the email is unique. So we are assuming that we will never have two users with the same email. If we do, this call will fail. And this is not true. We didn't define this on the database level. If we go to the schema SQL file, we don't define email as unique. So we are going to define it now. We need to say that this email is unique. So alter table user add constraint UQ email. I will use the SQL server naming convention for this. Okay, so, and because database management is out of the scope of this video, I will just write an incremental script. So if exists and add constraint, if not exists, I will use this. I will use it this way. We'll always run the full schema. So every change that we do, we will never change back. We'll always change forward. So we are It's now time to change our login endpoint to return information in a more standard way. We're going to use JWT, or JSON Web Token. Is an industry standard to exchange securely claims between two systems, two parties, two applications. JSON Web Token looks like this. It's an encoded string of characters, and then can then be decoded to check this information, and it can be validated if it's properly signed. We're going to start. The first thing is to change POM. We need to add dependencies here to use JSON Web Token. So I'm going to add a new dependency to be io.JSON Web Token. And the first one that I need to add is JWT API. I need to add another dependency which is also io.JSON Web Token, because this API doesn't have implementation, so I need to pick the implementation. It will be needed at runtime. And I add a third dependency which will be done when we want to unmarshal the object into JSON. So to use on the API, we need io.JSON Web Token. We could use either JSON or Jackson. I'm going to use Jackson. I can leave now the presentation mode, reload Maven, and I can go to my authentication controller. Here, I will first change my login response. We don't want to return ID, first name, last name, email. So I'm going to delete all of these. I'm going to just return a string with token. And here, this will not be a user, it will be a token. And in my login response, I will just return token.getToken. This will be a token object, not a string. So here my changes are done. I will need to create a new class. I need to create a new class here. I will call it token. Add, yes. To be a private final string token. I will need a getter for this. I will create a constructor, but it will be a private constructor. Okay. This is so I don't allow this class to be instantiated, and I will build a public static factory method of. I need a long user ID. I need a long validity in minutes, and I need a string secret key. I will implement also a private static method. I'll not need this for now. So I'll just return here. I will add a var. I will call it issue date, and it will be instant now. And this will return token object. Issue now. So I will then use GWTS builder. This will be my token. Var token. So GWTS builder. I will add a claim. My claim will be user ID. Value, it will be user ID. I will also set issued at issue date. Issue date is of type instance, and this uses date, so I will create the date from instance. We are going to use the Java 8 changes instant in the date API. So we'll use proper fields. We need to set also the expiration date, and this will be also date from, but here I will say that is now plus, so it's issue date plus validity in minutes, and then I will use temporal unit, chrono unit minutes. Sign with signature algorithm HS256, and I will use my secret key here, and then I will return this with compact. This will be my token, so I'll return token of token. Sorry. Return this actually. New token with this. Okay. Just to indent as I want. Okay. So this is how I will return my token. Now on my authorization service in login, I will still find by email, I will still see the passwords match, but here then I will return token of user get ID. I will add a validity of 1 minute. Can say 10 minutes. I'm adding the L because it's long, not int. And here I have my very long and secure and safe secret key. I will say that this is for my access token. I have an issue here. Yes, the return is of type token. And that's it on my service. So now my controller, everything is fine. I can launch my application. And now if I try to log in, okay, I made a mistake here. Let's stop this on my token. This secret key needs to be in base 64. So I need to do base 64 encode. Get encoder, encode to string. Then here I will use secret key, and this secret key needs to be in bytes, so get bytes in UTF-8, which is what we're using. I run this again. I send my authentication, and now I have a token. I can copy the token here. I can pass it here. And here I have my user ID, issue date, expiration date, invalid signature because it's not validated yet. But this token contains the information I want. I will have to add my secret here to validate. I can also do that just to show it works. So I'll take my secret key. I will add it here. And as you can see, the signature is valid. So we are able to decode the token here and validate that it was properly signed. When we created the login endpoint, when we changed login endpoint to return JWT, we only tackled one type of token, which we are going to call access token. We still have to implement the refresh token. In fact, when I want to log in, I want to have access to two types of tokens. So one for access and another one to manage the refresh of the authorization process. To do that, I'm going to create a new type here, new Java class. I will call it login. Okay. My login class will have private final token field called access token and a private final token field called refresh token. I will do same constructor. It will be a private one. I want to have a factory method. We will not, those are objects that we don't change during their lifetime. They are created, they are returned, that's it. And then public static token, not token, public static login of. And here I usually have a long user ID. And I think that's it. I'm going to pass as well to strings my access secret and my refresh secret. And here I return a new login token of user ID. This one will be valid for 1 minute. My access token will be valid for 1 minute. Access token, access secret, 1L. Token of user ID 1440. This is 1 day. Okay. And my refresh secret. And that's it. And I need a getter here. And I also need a getter here. So now in my auth service, I will return login information. They'll return a login of I will not use this. Okay, this information is on my login class. But I will return this very long key, okay. And I will also add this. But in the last video, we also introduced the possibility to properly handle this kind of configurations, to properly handle these situations where we need this configuration information, keys, secrets, all of that. We just clean up also the imports as we are here. Just notice they are not used. So what I'm going to define is that in this service, I'm going to define two private. I'm going to define a private final string access token secret, and the private final string secret refresh token secret. Okay. I will inject it with constructor. I will indent this a bit better. So it will be my string access token secret, my string refresh token secret, and this dot access token secret equals access token secret. This dot refresh token secret equals refresh token secret. So ID not complaining, but here I'm going to add this value. And I'm going to load from the properties as well. So I will define this as a string, $, curly brackets, application dot security dot refresh access token secret, application security refresh token secret. Now we just have to go to our application properties file here. And we need two entries here. So one is for access, the other one is for refresh. And if we go to our authorization service, we have our very long key, so this disappears. Access token secret. Refresh token secret. And in my configuration, I just add it like this. Oops. Here I add it like that. So access key, this will be refresh key. Refresh key. So the configuration is set. I now have these two keys defined in the configuration. If I ever need to change it for any reason, it's much easier to do so. only thing missing is that I want to return my refresh token as so in controller I want this actually to be this type login. I want to return here still my access token, but in this case this is no longer token, is a login information. So I want to return login dot get access token dot get token, and I want to add the refresh token in the cookies. So in fact what I need to do is to access my in my servlet response. So in Spring this is done by injecting here HTTP servlet response. This will be my response. This is my response directly on the servlet container. So I have this login information, then I need to create a cookie. Cookie to be a new cookie. I will call it refresh token, and it will contain my login dot get refresh token dot get token. I will set max age 3600. Cookie set HTTP only true. Cookie set path / API. And response add cookie. I will add this cookie. I will relaunch my application. I have an error somewhere. Okay, so I launch my login, and now I have two different tokens here. We can check again on JSON Web Token page. Oh, I have this one here. And we can also have the one in the cookie. We also contain a value. And this one will be different. We see that the validities are different. So it's working as we expected. Now it's time to create the actual endpoint to get the authenticated user. This will be a different endpoint. It's not a post mapping. In this case, we are just getting information, so it will not have a payload. It will be just a request and the others associated with it. So get mapping. We had post mapping. Now we are going to have get mapping. It will be HTTP get endpoint. Value, it will be /user. Oh, it's the same one that we defined in the interceptor before. So in the web MVC configuration, so we are saying that the interceptor applies to this path. This is the path that's going to apply to. Okay. Get mapping value user, public user response, user. Same structure that we've been following so far. And we are going to need the servlet request here, HTTP servlet request. Let's call it request. And what we did in the last video was to define already to put in place the interceptor that will allow me to get the user from the request. To do so, what we are going to do is simply var user, and from the request get attribute user. Import class, it's my user, the one that I defined. And we return a new user response. I don't have it defined yet. So my user response will be exactly the same as my register response for the moment. So I will use the same pattern. User response. I'll return user response, user.getID, user get first name, user get last name, user get email. And I close this. So my endpoint is here. I will launch the application. And I will call my API user. So I have an issue here. User is null. Let me log in. Let me copy this. Authenticated user. I have my bearer. Okay. And I need to add my token after the bearer. I still have an issue here. So let's check and debug what is happening. User is null means that most likely my interceptor is not working. Okay, this path is wrong. It's API /user. Okay, this is correct path, but I have an issue with here. Why? Because I copied the refresh token and not the access token. That's why I'm having this issue, which is good, means that the application is doing well. Here I have my user. Okay, how does this work? And these interceptors are not easy to understand. I will launch the application in debug mode, and I will put a debug here. And I will put a debug on my interceptor. And when running in debug, what we will see? When I send my request, it will stop in the interceptor. The pre-handle method is running before everything else, even before the request is sent to /user or to /login, wherever it goes, the interceptor is run. In the next step is here, and if I look now in my request, in my attributes, I will show briefly in evaluate expression. I think there is a method attributes that returns all of them. Okay, we have a lot of attributes here, but we have user. So in my request, I added this attribute that I needed. And this is how it works. So we defined basically one method that will run before any other endpoint. And this is usually the place where we put some of these security constraints that are used across all other methods. So if this same user information will be needed in other endpoints, you just have to do exactly the same, and you'll have the information available in the HTTP request. Next step on our application is to implement a refresh endpoint that will allow us to refresh the access token that we have. Okay, we start in the controller. We keep the same consistency. We try to start in the same place. We'll implement a post mapping. Value will be dash refresh. Public method that will return a refresh response to be my DTO. Refresh. And here is where it gets interesting. I will inject a cookie. In Spring, this is just this annotation, cookie value, and I need to specify the name of the cookie. So refresh token. It will be of type string, and it will be my refresh token. And I need also my HTTP servlet response. I will handle the response, so I will need this method here. Actually, I will not, sorry. I will not need this here for sure. You just refresh token. And here I will return. I still need to define this refresh response. So record refresh response string message. I just want to have a message with the token for now. I will refresh, and the only thing, sorry, I'll call this token. The only thing else I have to do here is to fetch, to return the entity with the fetched user. So return new refresh response auth service. Here I'm just checking, still deciding what I'm going to use. Auth service refresh access, and I will have to pass refresh token. Okay. This method doesn't exist, so it means I need to create. It will return a token, not a string. Okay. So this will cause an issue here. It will cause an issue here, because if this returns a token, we need to do get token. It's solved for our controller is solved. So refresh access. What are we going to do in the refresh access? We have the refresh token. We'll find the user for the refresh token, and we just need to provide a new access token. How will this work? So we already built a method that allows us to get a user ID from token. So in token, from refresh token secret. We build reusable methods wherever we can. In this case, we built already a method that we can use now, so we use it. We don't need to repeat code. And after, we just need to get a new login. So what I'm going to do here, in the login class, I'm going to write a method that will allow me to refresh token, because my the logic of login is being handled here. It's where I'm defining. I'm the logic of building the token itself is in the token class, but the logic of handling the login, it's done here. So we built a public static login of long user ID long user ID string access secret and token. And a refresh token. Okay, in this case it will be a string. I'll say token refresh token. Yeah. And it's important to build it as token, because if it was a string, we already have a method like this, so it will not be possible. And we'll return a new login, which will contain a token of user ID 1L access secret, and the other will be my refresh token. That's it. Okay. And then in my token class, in my service class, I will have a var login of user ID. So I get my user ID, I get my access token secret, and I will have a token. I want to reuse my refresh token. So in this case, I will not be able to build a token of in a method like this, because I define it as immutable and I didn't want to have this constructor. So I will add a new method. Token of refresh token. Okay, so like this, I have my token building through the method class. And it could be a bit weird why we are using factory methods instead of just allowing to instantiate tokens here and there. It's an option. I prefer sometimes to these kind of objects that they are almost immutable by nature. I prefer to have these kind of things to avoid having people instantiating them and changing them, etc. It's just one different pattern, and we started it to include a pattern, so we'll keep using it. So in this case, I have my token, I have my login, I will return my login. I have an error, of course, because this is login, not token. And this could be changed to an inline variable. And this can also be added there. There is no real gain. So in this case, it would be get access token dot get token. But it's the same thing. So we can run this. We will test this by getting my login user. So I will log in my user. I have my cookie here. So now when I call my refresh token, I'm able to refresh it and I have a new access token. Okay? Because I have my cookie, I have the cookie in the request, and I was able to work with it. I have my cookie here. So it works as we expected, and we also used a bit different patterns in Java to have this login and token encapsulated and not contained, and not incentivizing people to just build instances wherever they can. Most importantly, we preserve the logic. We have this definition of the validity. It's always in the same place, which means that even if we want to make it customizable, we could, but a good start, private static final access token validity 1L. I'm missing the type. This is long. This as well. So access token validity, access token validity, refresh token validity. So it's 1440. So it's good when we have all the same responsibility in one class. In this case, my class login is responsible for creating new tokens, and to manage my my logged in status is managed here, and my token class is just responsible to do the building and parsing of the GWT token from string to something, and extract something from that string. And my auth service is the authentication service, so it's responsible for everything else. Next step on this course is to implement the logout endpoint. This one will be very simple to build. It's a post mapping. I will call it logout public logout response. Follow always the same structure. Logout response, logout, and we build the methods. We need to register the record, logout response. In this case, it will be just string message. And we need to inject the cookie value refresh token, string refresh token, and we are going to need HTTP servlet response. How do we log out from the application? At the moment, the only thing that we have is a cookie that says that that contains my token. So what we are going to do is to delete the cookie. It's as simple as that. How do we delete a cookie in Java? That is the complicated part. So we're going to build a new cookie with the same name. Okay. The same refresh token cookie. With value null. cookie set max age to 0. And as before, set HTTP only true. Response. Okay, missing here, call it response, response, add cookie, cookie. And in fact, we don't need this. So just return a new logout response. Logout response, success. We run the application. We call the login user. So we are logged in, we have a cookie. We call the logout user. We have success and we no longer have the cookie. So if we try to refresh the token now, we cannot because the refresh token cookie was deleted. Okay. This is how we will implement the logout mechanism for the moment. It's very simple in nature. So it's just using again the cookie, creating exactly the same cookie with null value, setting the max age 0, set max age to 0 to say that it will have no age, and the HTTP only is still true because it was true in the refresh token as well. We add it to response and we just say success. So it's very simple. In this case, it's a bit trickier because you don't have a method to delete. You always need to create a new with null value. But other than that, it's straightforward to do. Now that we implemented the logic on our application, that will the database side, so the entity, and we updated these classes that we know that we will need for handling the logout properly and for handling the refresh lifecycle also on the application side. It's time to go to the actual implementation of that logic. I'll start with the repository. We will need to create a new method here to be a method of type optional user. Okay, and I will also use the named method syntax. So find by ID and token refresh token and token expiration expired at greater than long ID string refresh token local date time expired at. This is the method, but it doesn't detect this token refresh token. This is the syntax to fetch a nested property, but we will see that it doesn't work. So we could use tokens refreshed. We will build the method, but we will see that this method doesn't work, but we'll still try, and then we will also do the correction afterwards. So we have the method here. Now we just need to go to the service. When we do the login, we will extract this login first of all. So it will be var login equals this. Then I will user dot add token, new token from refresh token secret. Sorry, from, I need my token here, make it easier. Refresh token, refresh JWT equals login dot get refresh token, and here I will do refresh JWT get token, refresh JWT get issue that, refresh JWT get expiration. And then I will do user repo dot save user. I will still return my login here, but I already know that in the login I need to do this validation. So I need to save the refresh token when I add it to the user and save when I build it. Then refresh access will also need to be changed. So refresh access also needs to be changed. So what this means is that when I refresh, I will do need to find my user, and I will use here the method that I just created. So find by user ID, and here it will be refresh JWT get user ID, refresh JWT get token, and refresh JWT get expiration. Okay, this is my method call. Or else, because it's optional, or else throw. And here I will need to create a new exception, so unauthenticated error. Okay, and I will create this, create class error, create here as extends response status exception, public unauthenticated error, like this, super HTTP status, HTTP status unauthorized. I think this is 401 unauthorized, yes, so we'll use this one. And the message, I will say unauthenticated. Okay, so I have my error here, my app service. I will do this fine. I will see if the refresh works. So the next thing that I need to do is in the logout. I don't have a logout method yet. I will create it now. So public boolean logout. In the logout, I will receive a refresh token as well. Here. What I'm going to do is var refresh JWT token JWT from refresh token secret, refresh token secret. So I have my JWT here. I need a user repo, Find by refresh get user ID, or else throw unauthenticated. So it's like this. Like that. And we'll create a flag. Token is removed. User, remove. I have a mistake here, so refactor, rename, remove token if, token with a lambda function objects equals token dot refresh token, refresh token. So if there is a token that matches the one that I'm refreshing, I will delete it. If token is removed, we save. I need my parentheses here, so like this, user repo, save user, and we return token is removed. Okay, and then on the controller, we need also to call the new method that we just created. We haven't done it yet. This time we started by implementing the service just because we were there, but we will need also to add in the beginning out service logout, and I will need to inject the cookie here as well. We'll start like this, and I call it with refresh token. So we will run this application, and we'll see that we have an issue in repository. So it fails out service because it will fail in auth repo, because we are querying nested property, and we cannot do that. So Spring Data JDBC doesn't allow that. Spring Data JPA allows, but Spring Data JDBC doesn't allow. So we will have to implement manually the query. I will leave the name as is, but we need to implement it manually. It's not that hard, so query. And it will be like this. Actually, I will use the multi-line string, something very nice that Java learned from Python. To be select u dot star from user u, inner join token t on u dot id equals t dot user, user where u.id equals argument id and t.refresh token equals refresh token and t dot expired at greater or equal to expired at. So this is my query. It doesn't detect a table, but it's there. So this is the query I have. I will rerun my application. It's working now. So I will do my login. I will confirm in the database to see what I have there. So I will force a refresh. I have a token table. If I open the token table, I see that I have my token there. This is my refresh token that I will have here. And if I get the authenticated user, nothing changes, so I will still have my authenticated user here. If I refresh my token, it will still work. And in this case, I still refresh my access token, but my refresh token is the same. And if I log out, my table is clean. So I keep the tokens that are issued. I keep them on the side of the application, and I see if the application is working or not. I see if the users are logged in or not on application side. Next step on your video is to build a forgot endpoint to be used when we forget the password and we need to use it. We need to call the process to restore that password. We will start with a schema change. We will need a new table for this. So I will create a new table. Create if table if not exists. I will call it password recovery. Okay, and then this will have an ID, which will be identity and not null. And a token. Also not null. And also in reference to my user, I will connect this to the main database. So I will associate with a foreign key. I'll just call it foreign key password recovery user foreign key user references user.id. So I'm defining here constraint saying that okay, this user is my foreign key to link to the main user table. So this side is done. I will also need to build my model. So I need to go to my data layer and I will add a new Java class. It will be also a record. I will call it password recovery. And my password recovery will be just string token. So for brevity, write it like this. So public record password recover string token. I need to change my user implementation. I need a second mapped collection. So private final set password recovery set, and I will have to do the same thing I did here. So these dot password recoveries add all, and I will pass this also in the constructor. So it will be a collection of password recovery. I'll call it just password recoveries. So increase the size, be more readable. So I create a mapped collection, okay, a set with the passwords, and I add in the constructor, I add my argument. So I will also pass a collection, which means that here I will have to also add collections empty list. Okay, so we'll initialize as empty, and of course we need the same helper methods that we have for the tokens. We will also create them. So public void add password recovery, these dot password recoveries dot add password recovery, public boolean remove password recovery, these dot password recoveries, and actually I have to return this password recoveries dot remove password recovery. So I'll remove that object, and finally I will public boolean remove password recovery if predicate question mark password recovery predicate return this dot password recoveries dot remove if predicate, and this should be it. So my model is updated. I have now the link between the two entities, and I'm constructing it with an empty list, and then I'm fetching the data that I need from the model, and I have these helper methods to allow me to handle this internal mapping. So this is done. I will need a new method also on the repository, so I will add it now. It's very similar to the one I already did custom, so it will also return an optional of type user. Find by password recovery token. password recovery token. Okay, and string token. As we said last time, the named methods will not work with Spring Data JDBC for the moment, but we follow the same pattern. It makes it easier in the future if we have to, if this is already supported, we can always implement. So in this case, I will add multi-line string. Add it here. So select u star from user u inner join password recovery pr on u.id equals pr.user where pr.token equals token, like this token. Okay, so it's fine. It's not detected yet because we didn't run and refresh the database, but as soon as we do, it will work fine. I will correct this so we have proper indentation. So this is done as well. Now I have on the, I will go back to the controller to implement the forgot method. So to add the controller, I need to add then the post mapping. Value will be with all the same structures. So in this case, /forgot. I will add public forgot response, method called forgot. I will need forgot request, and I will need the servlet container here. I have to annotate this with request body, HTTP servlet request here, and I need to define above record forgot request. In this case, it will be just email. So I forgot request. Just need to say to this email I forgot my password, and I will have also the forgot response, which in this case will be just message, so string message, and that's it. And to implement the method, what I will create is in out service, I will create the method reset password. I will create the method forgot, and here I will send the email. So forgot request.email, and my origin URL. Okay, now I'll explain this. So var origin URL, and I will get this from the servlet request. I will get header origin. So this will be used in the when we implement the reset password. The goal is that you will receive an email when the password is reset, which we'll see in the coming videos. So what we are doing here already is to take this origin request, so that in the email when it says click on this link to reset the password. You have the origin from it, so if you are using the Angular frontend, or if you are using other frontend, React, something else, or if you have hosted in your local machine, or if you have hosted online in somewhere in some other DNS, you'll always get your origin email to do the reset instead of doing it hard-coded. So we are starting this already here. It should be a string. Okay, so I can create method authentication in the authentication service, and here it will be void, yes, string email, yes. So I will generate a token to identify this to identify this on database. I will use UID random to string, and I will replace this with that, so with empty char. Okay, I will use the empty string because there's no such thing as an empty char. So I will use this, and then I will get my user, find by email, then or else throw not found. So let me see the errors that I have already, if some of them match. User not found error. So I already have a user not found error. I'm finding the user, so I'll return here user not found error. Okay, so if I'm not finding the user, I will return my exception. And I will take then this user and I will add password recovery. Okay, they'll create a new password recovery with the token that I just created. This is a password recovery attempt. So what I'm saying is I'm going to create a unique universal identifier. I will not use the dash here because we will put it later on the URL. That's why I'm replacing this, but I'm saving this token on the database as my password recovery attempt. And then I just have to add the logic of sending emails later. So for the moment, the only thing I do is user repo, save user. And that's it. My method is complete. So in the controller, I have the forgot email here. So if this is done, I will just return a new forgot response. My message will be success. So I can just launch my application. I will open my database to visualize the information that I have. I can refresh. So I have now password recovery table here. I will log in with my user. Okay, and now I will say that I forgot my password, so I will change this call a.a.com. I have a success. So if I go to my database now, if I refresh, for user 1, I have a recovery attempt that is registered here. The next step for our application is to implement an email service to send emails when you forget our password. This is what we're going to implement next. So I'll start by creating a new email service, new service class here. I will call it mail service. I'll create a class. This is a service class for Spring. And here I need to add two attributes: private final Java mail sender, okay, and private final string default front-end URL. I want these two properties. I will add as constructor parameters here, and this one, as we did for every other configuration before, we will use we'll inject from configuration properties. So value, it will be $, missing the string like this, application, and I think I have this application front end default URL. Okay, I want to call it like this. So if I zoom out, I'm starting with my Java email sender and my default front-end URL. So in here, we need to add the default URL, and we are using, we're starting with Angular in this case. So we see that this property is used here. And then we need to look into the methods that we are going to need to have this email service working, which is also important, and it's very important and essential for the next step on applications. So my constructor is here. I will just need a method public void send forgot message. And I will need an email. I will need a token, and I will need a base URL. Okay, so I can call it base URL. So how will this work? I will take my URL. If I don't have a base URL in the method call, I will it will be null. Okay, so my base URL, if it's not null, then it will be base URL, or else it will be default front-end URL. Okay, that's my logic. Then I will send a simple mail message, new simple mail message, and I will, in the message, I will set from. So in this case, set from, I will add an imaginary email address here, like this. Okay, so my imaginary email is here. Message set to, it will be the email that I just provided in here. So the one in the argument of the method. I will set a subject. Subject will be reset your password. should be set subject, not get subject. And finally, set text. Set text, and I will have my text string here. It will be a clickable HTML. So here I will do string format, and then I will write click here to reset your password like this, and then this here, it will be href equals %s here, and then here I need to close, and here I will add URL and token, and I actually have an error here. I just put 1, but I need 2. So what I want is to send this, and then to have reset, and then to have my token. Okay, and we didn't build yet this. We didn't build this yet, so it's a bit confusing because you don't know the structure of the endpoint. But basically, it will be a /API/reset/token number, and this is how we are going to get this information. So Java mail sender, send email message, okay, send this, and my service should be complete. Then the only other thing that we have to do is to change our auth service to send the message when we have the forgot as well. So we implemented the forgot here. We will do forgot email. I need to inject it first on top. So in this case, mail service. I need to add it to my constructor. It's here. So in my here I can just do mail service, send forgot message. So I have my email here, I have my token here, and I have my origin URL that I had prepared already. So this should be it. Now, how can we test this? We're going to, okay, Java mail sender is not found. What am I missing? I need configuration properties. Yes, I forgot to add. So here we need also server, not server, Spring mail host, and I will specify the host as this one, and Spring mail port to be 1025. What is this? So to test this, I'm going to run a software called MailHog. Okay, it's a piece of software that runs and works as a email server where you can send the email. So in this case, I will run it. I have a path here to go, and as you can see, there is a SMTP address running in 0.0.0.0 1025. So this is the configuration that I added here, 0.0.0.0 1025. And I just go to the link. So I have my inbox, my fake inbox here. I will see if my application runs now. Okay, now it's fine. So I was able to instantiate. Only these two arguments were missing. And then I will send the same forgot. And we will see that, first of all, in the database, we will have 2 attempts. We had one before and we have one now. And in my mail server, I have one email here saying reset your, click here to reset your password. So I will be able to click here and reset the password that I need.
Now it's time to create the Vue project, and we will create it using the Vue CLI. So go to cli.vuejs.org and run this command or this to install the Vue CLI. I already did it in my machine, so now I will open the terminal and I will run Vue create, and I will call the project Vue auth. Now we will have some options. I will manually select the features. I want to select TypeScript, router, and Vuex. And I will go further. I will select the version 3. I will type no here. Then all the other values I will select the default value. And now our project is being created. Let's wait till it's completed. So the project was created, and I will open it with my IDE. So now I will run npm run serve, so we can see it on the browser. It will serve on localhost port 8080. I will copy this URL and I will open it on the browser. We can see this is our Vue app. Now let's make some changes. So I will go to the source directory and I will remove the about and home view. I will remove also the hello world here. I will go to the router. I will remove all the routes here. And in the store I won't change anything. I will remove the assets. And in our app.vue I will remove all the styles here and all the HTML here. We need some HTML here also, so I will go to Bootstrap, go to getbootstrap.com, click get started, and copy the CSS link here. Go to public index.html here and paste the Bootstrap link. So we added the Bootstrap link. We still need to add the template, so go to examples and we will go to the sign-in template. Here let's view the page source and copy this HTML, the main div here, and let's go to our app.vue and I will paste it here. And now our app will look like this. Still we need to make some changes. First I will remove the image. This is please sign in, so everything is correct. I will remove also this remember me button and this paragraph in the end. And I will keep it this simple. Still we need some other styles. So if we see here, we are referencing a signin.css file. Click here and we need also these styles here. But I won't copy all of them. I will copy just the form sign-in styles. And I will add them in the end. So I will add here style and I will paste these styles. I'll save them and we can see now the please sign in form and it looks correct. Now in the next tutorial let's add more forms. So we added the sign-in form, and now we want to add a header for this app. So let's go to Bootstrap again, go to examples, and let's select headers here. I will inspect the black header here, and I will copy the HTML directly. I will copy it, I will go to app.vue, and I will paste this header on top here. And it will look like this. I will remove Bootstrap now because we don't need it anymore. Let's make some changes here. The first change that I will make is not in any HTML here. Actually, I will create a new component, a Vue component. I'll call it nav, and here I will cut this HTML and I will move it to the nav component, and this component will be added here instead of adding a lot of HTML. So nav like this. Also, don't forget to import that component. I'll cut this code, I'll move it here, and the first thing that we need is to import the component nav from this symbol stands for the source folder /components/nav, and we need to use it here in the components. When we export this, we can use the component like this, and we can see our app is working the same. Now let's go to the nav component. Let's remove what we don't need. We don't need this Bootstrap link here, and I will remove all the list items here except for the features, and the features I will rename it to home. So that's it. We have the home component, which we will create later. I will remove the form, and we have login sign up. I'll rename sign up with register, and I'll put the same classes because I don't like the button with that color. And that should be it. So we added the header, and now let's add the home and the register component. I will not add them here, I will add it in the views. So let's add first, we will add the login view, and here for the template I will cut the code for this form, and I will put it here. And if I add the login here, it will work the same, so we can see the login form here, but still we need to add more components like the register component, etc., and we don't need to change every time the component here manually. So instead we will use a router view. So this I will remove the login component now. This will render components based on the path in the URL here on top, and for that we need to add also that component in the router. So here let's get the component. We need the path, which will be /login, and for the component we need the login component. So let me import the login component. Import login from stands for the source folder components not components, sorry, views login.view, and that's it. So I added this component, and now it's not appearing, but if we go to /login we can see that component here. Let's do the same now for the register. So I'll copy this login.view, I'll paste it here, and I will rename it to register. The register form will be almost the same, but we need more fields, so I'll copy this and paste it 2 times. I'll remove this ID here, and the type email, this will be the first name, same for this, the type email here, and this is the last name. I'll remove this also, and I'll do the same with the email. I'll remove this and this. And for the password, I'll do the same. We need another password confirm field. I'll remove this and this part. Same for the password confirm. And this is password confirm. Password confirm. Now let's add it also in the router. So I'll duplicate this. The path this time is register, and the component will be register. Register here, .view, and register here. And if we go now to /register, we will see the form. Now let's also make these links work so we can go to the right component. So go to the nav component, and I'll change these buttons to a router link. And this will link to /login. Same for the register button. So router link to register, like this. And if we click login, we'll go to the login component, and if we click register, we will go to the register component. So they are working fine. Now let's add the last component, which is the home component. Here I will add a div with a class of container, margin top 5, and a text center. And inside I will add an h3, and inside I will say just hello for the moment. I'll remove this, and let's add it also to the router. I'll duplicate this, and this is the home path, and the component will be home. And this is home as well. And that's it. We need also to add the router link here. So I'll remove this, and this is router link to just /. And let's test it now on the browser. When we click home, we will see hello here. So that's it. We added the navigation. And now in the next tutorial, let's try to register, and I will change this to just register. And this is submit. So let's try to register in the next tutorial. So now it's time to register our user. So let's go to the register component, and here let's add the setup. So we will use Vue3 composition API. So we need to add everything in the setup. So here I will create a variable. I'll call it data. It will be equal to reactive. So Vue3 introduced this function. We need to import reactive from Vue, and inside this function we will have all our inputs. So for each input we will put it here. So we need the first name, and we need to initialize them. So by default it will be empty, last name empty, email, password, and password underscore confirm. So that's it. Also, to use this value, we have to return it. So we will return the data there. So we added these reactive values, and to map them to our inputs, we have to use a v model. Data that first name here. So this means that every time we change the input, so we make changes here, it will be reflected to this variable. Let's add the same thing for the other inputs. So this is the last name, this is the email, this is a password, and this is a password confirm. So we mapped all the values, so when we change these values, it will be reflected to this data variable. And now what is left is to submit the form. For that, we need to create a function. So I'll create a function submit, and I'll keep it empty, and I will return it for the moment, submit. So this function will be used when we submit this form. To submit this form, add here add submit will be equal to this submit function. I will also add here .prevent, because if I don't add prevent, so let's just console log here. If we submit the form, we will see that our page refreshes. We don't want that, so we need to add here .prevent. So it will prevent that behavior. And now when we type submit, we can see that our page won't be refreshed. So that's it. Now let's complete here the submit function. And to complete it, I will install another package. So npm install Axios. This is a package that will help us send HTTP requests. We need also to install the types. So as a dev dependency, types Axios. Because in this course we will use TypeScript, and first we have to import Axios here from Axios. And if you want to use TypeScript in this template, so Axios should be like this, in the script tag here we have to add lang ts, and that's it. We are using TypeScript in this code here, but unfortunately there is not TypeScript code, so it looks similar even if it is JavaScript, even if it is TypeScript. So we imported Axios, and now I'll make this function asynchronous, and we will await. Axios will send a post request to HTTP localhost port 8000/API/register. And the information that we will send in the backend is this one. So that's why I created this data variable, and we will pass directly the data here, and that should be it. And if this request is successful, we want to redirect to our login component. So for that, we need to create another variable here, router, which is equal to use router. And don't forget to import use router from view router. Now that we got this variable, after this request is successful, we will await router push to login. And that should be it. Now, if we go to our front end, if we register a user here, I will make a user called B. And if we submit now and we redirect to the login page, it means that the registration was successful. Let's submit, and we redirected. This means that our registration was successful. Now, in the next tutorial, let's use that user to login. Now it's time to login. So go to the login component, and here let's add the setup. And here we will create also the data which is from reactive. Don't forget to import reactive from Vue, and we will add the email here and the password. Let's return the data and let's add it here as a vModel. So vModel data.email, and here is vModel data.password. Now we need the submit form, so let's add the function submit and let's return it in the end. And here when we submit that prevent, it will be equal to this submit function. So that should be it. And now in the submit function we will post this information. So we have to get Axios. Let's import here Axios from Axios, and I'll make this asynchronous, and we will get the response is equal to await axios.post http localhost port 8000/API/login, and we will send the data. So that's it for the moment, but we needed to add more stuff to this request. So first, when we log in, we will get the access token in the response, but we won't get the refresh token like this. We need to add an option here, which is with credentials to true. So with this option, we can get the refresh token in an HTTP only cookie, but still the frontend won't be able to access it. So we got the refresh token, the access token is in the response, and to add that access token in the headers, we have to use this Axios, not await, Axios defaults headers common authorization is equal to this string bearer here space response that data that token, and that's it. So when we submit now, we will add the token in the header, and this will be applied for every request. And that's it. In the next tutorial we will see we will get the authenticated user. Still we need to redirect after we login, so we'll get a router here which is equal to use router. Don't forget also to import it. In the end here we will await router push to the main page, and that's it. Now let's try to log in. So I will use the same user that I created, and if I sign in and I will get redirected to the home page, it means that I successfully logged in. Also, let's check application here, cookies. We will see a refresh token which is HTTP only. So that is working fine. And if we try to log in again, I will log in now with the same user. We will still log in, but this time we will have also the authorization. We have the bearer token in the headers. So the bearer token is also added here. Now in the next tutorial, let's get the authenticated user from this header. So we got the access and refresh token. Now let's get the authenticated user. Let's go to the home and let's add here a setup, and here let's create a message, which this message will be displayed here in the hello. And instead of reactive, we will use ref. So let's import ref from Vue. And the difference between reactive and ref is that ref can be used on one variable and reactive can be used on multiple variables. So the message, the default message here is you are not logged in. And I will return this message. In the end, I will display it here. And if we see it here, I forgot to add another one, so double curly braces, and it's saying you are not logged in. But when we get the authenticated user, this message should change, and for that we need to send a request to the backend to get the authenticated user. But we won't do it directly here. We need another function which is onMounted. So when this component has mounted, let's import onMounted also from Vue. We need to call the backend, and this is an asynchronous function, and here we will call Axios. So we'll get the response is equal to await Axios import Axios that get http localhost port 8000/API/user, and we don't need anything else because we will send the bear token directly in the headers, and that's it. In the end, we will change the message, and the message it won't be like this message is equal to new message, because when we use ref, we have to use message.value if we want to change the value here. So that is the difference. And now the message.value is equal to response that data is the user. So what I will do right now is this. I'll deconstruct the response and I want directly the data here. And the message.value will be equal to hi data.first name here, another space, and data.last name. So with this we will get the authenticated user, but still we are not authenticated, as we can see. Why is that happening? Because probably the token expired, so we have to log in again, and we can see hi BB. So it's working, we are getting the authenticated user, but still, as we can see, in 30 seconds this will expire, and if I refresh, we are not logged in. To prevent that, we have to use the refresh token in the next tutorial. So we successfully got the authenticated user, but we got that user only for 30 seconds because the access token expires. So now let's use the refresh token to generate another access token. For that, I'll create a directory, I'll call it interceptors. And inside I'll create a new TypeScript file, I'll call it Axios. And in the main.ts, I'll import here interceptor Axios in the main.ts. So we imported this file, but currently it does not do anything. So here, let's import Axios from Axios, and let's add some default values. The first one that we will add is Axios defaults base URL is equal, and for this I will add I'll go to the register component and I will cut this prefix. I will cut this and I will add it here. And now with this change the requests will look better. So this is a post request to the register endpoint, and we can refactor all the other requests. So this is the login, and when we get the authenticated user, we just send a GET request to the user. So that is the first change that will improve our code. The second one is using an interceptor for our refresh token. For that, I'll use Axios interceptors for the response, and we will use the use function. So we will intercept every response. The first case here is when the response is successful. We don't want to handle that case. So the response will return directly the response. So we don't want to intercept that. We want to intercept the error case. So when we get an error, what do we want to do? If the token is expired, it will return a status code of 401. So I'll make the condition if error that response that status is equal to 401. What do we want to do? So in this case, we want to send a request to the refresh token to get a new access token. So we'll get a response here is equal to await. So let's make this function asynchronous. We will await Axios. We'll send a post request to the refresh token, to the refresh endpoint, sorry. We don't need to send any data, but we need to add with credentials to true, because we need to send the refresh token. In the other request, for example, the user here, we don't need to send the refresh token because we need only the access token here. But in this request, we need to send also the refresh token, and the backend will use it. And if the response is successful, which means response.status is equal to 200, then it means we have to get the bearer token again, like this. I'll copy this code, I'll go to Axios, and I'll put it here. So Axios default headers authorization will be the new bearer token. And we have to do the same request again. So for that, we need to return Axios, and inside I'll put error.config. So inside the error.config contains all the information regarding the previous request. And if we do it like this, it means that we have to do the same request. And if we don't get an 401 error or something else, we will return directly the error here, and that's it. This is how we use an interceptor to use our refresh token. And with this change now, we can see that we are getting our user. If we inspect now and if we refresh, we can see that we are calling the user here. It is unauthenticated, and then immediately we call the refresh endpoint, which we get a new token, and then we call the user again, which this time we get the authenticated user. So this was the part where we do the request again, and that's it. This is how we use the refresh token. Now in the next tutorial, let's get a logout button here. Now we go to the authenticated user, but we want to change now this header to just a logout button. So for that, for the moment, we will just copy this onMounted function, and we will paste it to our nav.view. So I'll add here setup, and I'll paste this function. So don't forget to import unmounted from Vue. Also Axios. Here we don't need a message.value, but we need a variable auth, which means if it is authenticated or not. So don't forget to import ref, and by default it is false. In the end we will return auth. And we don't want to get the authenticated user here. We will just wrap this with a try catch. So if it is successful, then we will set auth that value is equal to true. So it is authenticated. In case we fail, then we will set it to false. And now let's use this variable. So for that we have to use the variable here, and this is the case where the user is not authenticated. So I will add here a if not auth. So this is the case when it is unauthenticated. The case when is authenticated, we needed to add just a link to log out here. This will be a router link to the main page, that is correct, but we also need to add a click here. So I'll add a function here, logout, and when we click here, we will call the logout function. So I forgot to return it here. And we called it successfully. And for the moment, let's console log. And we can see it here. Now we are logged in and we can see the logout button. Now let's actually log out. So we need to send a request to the backend. So I'll make this asynchronous, and to log out we will await here Axios. We will post to logout. We'll send not data, and we need to use with credentials to true, because when we log out we will remove our access token, and that's it. So this is the logout function. Let's try it out, and we will have an error here. So first let's see if we remove the access token, but we will see that we are actually seeing it right now. We have a lot of requests, so if we refresh it is correct, but that is the error that will happen soon. Let's log out, and the refresh token, it is removed, and when we restart now we will see a lot of refresh requests, which I will stop the server right now. And why is that happening? The reason is because, let's go to our interceptor. If we remove the refresh token, we will get an error of 401 with a status 401. We'll send the request here to refresh the token, but still we don't have the refresh token, so this request will return 401 again, and this will be an infinite loop here. So we should make a change that we should call this refresh endpoint only once, and for that we need to create a new variable. Let refresh, I will call it, is equal to false, and the condition now, it is like this: if the status is 401 and we haven't refreshed. If we go here, we will set refresh is equal to true. And if this fails, it will go here again, but this time refresh is true, so it won't go to request again. And if we go here, we will reset the refresh to false again. And that's it. Using this way, we will refresh only once. And let's try it out now. We can see that we are not requesting a lot, but we can see 2 user requests and 2 refresh requests. Don't worry about this, because the first time we use it on our home component and the second time we use it in our nav component, which is not okay. Still, we have also this logout error, so we have some issues now, which we will solve in the next tutorial by using Vuex. So we successfully logged in and logged out, but we have some UI issues for the logout button here, and we are requesting the user 2 times. So how do we fix that? We will fix that by using Vuex. So why do we need the Vuex? So Vuex is needed in case we want to use, for example, in our case, authenticated user in different components. So we will get the user in the home component, but we also need it in the nav component. Vuex will help us send this user via events from the Vuex store. So let's see how to do that. First, the state is, I'll add here the default state will be authenticated to false. So first we have to create the default state, and the default state is that the user is not authenticated. Then we need to add actions. So actions is in case the user is authenticated, we want to change that state. So we have to add an action, which is a function, set auth in our case, and this function will have the context here, and the second parameter is the auth value, which will be a boolean. This is Vuex. Let's import it here. Context, action context, and I'll put any there, it doesn't matter. So we have the context, and we have the value here that we want to change. To change that value, we have to use it like this. We have the context, and we will commit that context to a mutation. So in Vuex, this state is immutable. What does immutable mean? Immutable means that we cannot change the state like this. For example, this state auth is equal to auth. No, this should not happen. In case something changes, we will create another state, and for that we need to commit to a mutation, and the first parameter is the function of the mutation. I'll call it again set auth, and the value will be this auth boolean there. And that's it for the action. Now let's go with the mutation, which we need the same function set auth, and here the first parameter is the state, and the second parameter is again that auth variable as a boolean. And the state, we can cast the state here as having an auth variable as a boolean. We can do it like this. Now here we can set the state like this: state auth is equal to auth. Now let me explain it again. Here, when we do the action, we will commit to a mutation, but the mutation will create a new state. It will not change this value directly here, but instead it will create a new state here, which we will assign this value, and the value will be changed. if all is very confusing, we will see now that the actual usage is very simple. So let's use it. Let's go to our home component. So here the first thing that I will do is wrap this function with a try catch. So I wrapped it, and the first case here is when the user is authenticated. I'll create another variable here, and this will be the store, and this will be equal to use store. So don't forget to import store from Vuex, and now we have access to that auth variable. When we get the user, when we successfully get the user, it means that we will await here store, we will dispatch an event, and that event is set auth, and the value of the authenticated user is true. So we are authenticated. This set auth here is actually the action. So as I said, the action is something that we do. So this is the action that we want. We will make the action, we will set the value, and later on that action will change we'll call the mutation that will actually change the state. Let's go to the home again. I'll copy this code, paste it here. In case we have an error, we will dispatch set auth to false. And that's it for this component. Now we dispatched an event, and we should handle that event to our nav.view. And here we want to get that event, and what I will do is I will change this auth variable. We will not use ref anymore. Instead, we will use computed. So first, let's get the store is equal to use store from Vuex, and then the auth variable now will be like this. We have to get computed, so we need to import also computed from Vue. This will be a computed value, and this will be equal to store.state.auth, and that's it. The computed value, it means that we will, every time this value changes, it will be reassigned to this variable. So it is a function, and it is behaving just like a variable. And that's it. So now this value will be the same as the value in our home component. So we can remove this unmounted here. We don't need it anymore, and I will save it, and as you can see, we are not seeing logout anymore, and we are not logged in. And if we see the network tab, the user is called only once. Now let's try to log in. So if we sign in with this user, we can see immediately the name and the surname, and the logout button is appearing. Now let's make a small fix. When we click logout, we are not actually logging out here. We have to refresh. So why is that happening? So the first thing that we need to do when we log out, which we haven't done, is we have to use the authorization, and we have to set the authorization to empty because we removed the refresh token, so we should remove also the access token. And the second thing is we have to dispatch again set auth to false. And with this let's go back to our home. Here we need to get again the event from the navigation, which we haven't got it. So let's go to the navigation. We have to copy this part. Let's go to our home. I'll paste it here. Computed is auto imported. We got auth, and I will return it here, auth. And the message now, I will show it like this. So if auth, then we show the message. Otherwise, we will show you are not logged in. So that should be it. Let's try to log in now. And we successfully logged in. Let's try to log out, and we can see this changed and it's saying you are not logged in, and when we refresh it is the same. So this is how Vuex works. Now it's time to reset our passwords. So I opened Mailhog here, so we are listening from emails from the backend. And the first change that we will do is to add here a link to point to the forgot component. So let's go to the login, and here I will add a div with a class of margin top 3, and the link will be a router link to forgot, and here I will say forgot password ? And that should be it. So I guess it should be margin bottom 3. So that is the case. So we added the link, but we need to add also the component. Now let's create another Vue component, forgot. And this component will be similar to the login. I will copy the template here. I'll go to the forgot and I'll change this to submit. Please insert your password, your email, here. And this will be just an email field. And I will remove this forgot password link. And let's add now the variables. Let's add setup here. And we will create only an email here, which I will use it with the ref function. So we need to import ref from Vue, and we have to return the email. And we don't need the data now. We can simply use the email. Then we need to add the submit function. So let's add the submit function. Let's return it here. And we will use it here. And that's it. So let's add a console log here, so it doesn't throw an error. And let's see the forgot component. We need to add it also in the router. So this is forgot. And the component is forgot. Like this. We add everything. Now let's click this button and we will go to this page where we require just an email address. Let's add the class here. I will add it here, margin top 3. So now it looks better. Now let's send this email to the backend. So we need to import Axios. Let's make this asynchronous, and here we will await Axios post. So let's import also Axios to forgot, and the data that we will send is the email, but as we said, ref here, which I forgot to initialize it with empty, needs to be email.value. So that's it. This is the request, and let's try it out now. So I'll send an email to b@b.com. Let's submit. And if we see Mailhog here, we can see that we successfully got an email. So we will use this email later on the next tutorial to reset our password. But still we need to make a change here because we have to get notified or something when we submit here, because we are not sure if we got the email or not. For that we need to add here, first I will create another variable. I'll call it notify, and this notify variable is equal to reactive, because it will contain multiple variables inside. So the first value is class, so I'll put CLS, and the second value is message. So how will we use this variable? So when we submit here, I will wrap this with a try catch, and in case it is successful, we will set notify that class is equal to success, and notify that message is equal email was sent. So I forgot equal here. And in case we get an error, notify that class is equal to danger, and notify that message is equal to email does not exist. And that's it. Let's return the notify here variable, and we will use it here on top. So after the main div, I will add another div here with a if. So if notify that class is set, then we will set the class like this. So if we pass a column in front, it means that we can use variables. So I will use here a string like this, and the class will be alert, and alert minus the notify that class, like this. So as we can see, we are constructing ourselves the class, and the role will be alert here, and that's it. In the end, we will set the notify message here, and with this we will notify every time we submit. So let's test it. I'll put the same email now, and as you can see, we are notified that the email was sent, and as we can see, we got another email here. And in case I will stop now mailhog. In case an error happens, if we submit, we probably the error should not be email does not exist, but error occurred. But the idea is this, that we are notifying every time we have an error or a success message. So in the next tutorial, let's actually reset the password. So we successfully completed the forgot component, and we actually got passwords. And now what is left is to create the component to reset our password. So let's do it. I'll create a Vue component, reset, and this will be, I'll copy the code from register, and I will paste it here. And we will keep only the password and the password confirm inputs. This will be please insert your password, or please reset your password. And let's add the variables now. I'll add here setup, and we will create data is equal to reactive, and inside we will add the password, default is empty, and the password confirm, which is also empty. And let's return the data. So we added these values. We need also to add the function submit, which is equal to an empty function. Let's return the function here, submit. And this is also added. Let's also console log here. And let's add this component to the router. So go here, I'll duplicate this and also this, and the path will be reset, but this time we will also add a token here, because that is the route is reset slash a token that we will use. The component will be reset. So that's it. Now if we click this link, we will go to the reset page where we can reset our password. So let's make it work. Let's import Axios here. Let's make this asynchronous, and let's also import Axios. And we will await Axios. We'll post to reset, and we will send this information. So first we'll send this password and the password confirm, but we will send it like this because we need also to send the token from the path here. So we need to send password confirm, and the token we will get it from the route. Don't confuse the route with router, there are different things. So this is equal to use route, and we need to import it from view router, and the route is for the parameters in our URL. The token will be equal to route.params.token, like this. And that should be it. So we will send the new password and the password confirmation along with the token which is in our URL, and then we will reset our password. In the end, we will redirect to login. So to redirect, we have to use the router, which is equal to use router. So these are different functions. One is used for the URL params, and the second one is used to redirect to different pages. So we will await router push to login. And that should be it. Now let's try to reset our password. I'll type the new password 1234, submit, and we got redirected to the login page. So this means that we successfully changed the password. So let's try it out, b@b.com, and if we use the password b, we will not redirect to the home because that was the old password. If we put 1234, then we will redirect and we successfully logged in. So the password has changed. So this was how to reset passwords.
Next step for our application is to prepare it to use multi-factor authentication, in this case two-factor authentication. And this change will be predominantly two things. We are going to change the response of the login method, and we are already preparing the database to store the secret that we need. I will start actually with the database. So it will be a new column that I need to add to the user table. In this case, because this script is incremental, I will just add it here. So I will alter table user, add a column, if it doesn't exist, called TFA secret. It will be a string, and default it will be empty. So my change in the schema is done. I need to change also the user class to accommodate this. So I need my getter, I need my setter, and it will be a private string TFA secret. TFA, it's two-factor authentication secret. I will have it here. I will need to add it to my constructor as well. So string TFA secret, and I will do this dot TFA secret equals TFA secret in the constructor. On my factory method, I will initialize this as null, and in that case, if it's not set, then it will be saved as it is in the database. Ideally, this is well, the situation where you create the user is when you register it, and we are not going to do it immediately upon registration, so that's why we put the null here, because ideally when we create a new user, we don't immediately have a two-factor authentication because there was no authentication yet. And it's done here. Next thing I'll do is to change my login object. So login object is the one that I return to the controller. My controller, my login in the controller receives the login object. Oops. So here, my login, it receives my login object. I can change this right now. So it will be actually an ID, so long ID. And I will also change to have a string called secret. I will return my secret, and then a string called OTP auth, that OTP auth URL, which will be my URL here. And for this one, I need to change its name. So I'll use add JSON property. I will write it here, OTP auth, not like this, OTP auth URL. So this is my response now. I changed my response. I need to change my service. And in login, I will add here getter private final string OTP secret, and also getter private final string OTP URL. Okay, that's it. So I will have to add this to the constructor parameters. Okay, then for OTP secret, default value it will be get generate OTP secret, like this. Okay, like this. And for OTP URL, it will be get OTP URL with argument actually it's wrong, the argument will be OTP secret, and in this one it will be not this but OTP secret. Here I will do the refactor. Now what is missing to do is var OTP secret equals this, and this method doesn't exist, so I will create. I will create here, and this will not return void, it will return string. So I will use string here. This will also be used here. So this will go down. I prefer to have it indented like this. This will go here. This will go also here. and this method is also missing, so I will generate this. I will also move it on. I will use an external library to do simply to do the encoding in base 32. So I will add here a Google dependency, google.guava to be Guava here. I think the latest one is 31.1 GRE, so I'll reload. So on my login, now I will generate a unique identifier. I will do this as a string, so I will have UID random to string, and then what I will do is base encoding, base 32 encode, and I will have my UID in bytes. Actually, what does this return? Don't know if I can convert this directly to bytes. No. So it works like this. Okay, encode. Okay, this has to be returned. That's it. So then to generate the endpoint, here I will return string format, and my string, it will be on this this form. So it will be OTP auth TOTP, then it will be secret, sorry, %s secret question mark secret equals %s and percent issuer equals %s. So we need 3 arguments here. First one, I will define a var called app name. App name equals my app. We will also externalize this in the next step. So my app name, it will be my OTP secret, and then it will be my app name again. Okay, so this is done. I will need to, I'm missing this. So login is done. Auth controller, what are we missing? So we need the ID. I have the ID in the get access token. So in this case, get user ID. I need to, from my login, I need to get my OTP secret. And from the login, I need to get my OTP URL. So if I run my application now, if I call it, I get my ID, my secret, and my OTP auth URL. So I have here my URL, and here my app name is not encoded, so contains a space. I will encode it with to be URL safe. So in my login class, I know this by heart, so I will do here %20. So if I run again, I have my secret and I have my URL generated. the next step on our application is to create the two-factor authentication endpoint. So it's the endpoint that we are going to call to validate our two-factor authentication, okay? So starting this here, I'll just copy paste and go through the values really quick. So what I'm creating is post mapping, two-factor response, two-factor request, and my request is ID, secret, and code. This is, it's what we had, it's a bit what we had changed on the login endpoint. So in login endpoint, we will return ID, secret, and URL. With that URL, we are going to get a code. So I'm taking the code, the same secret, and the same ID to do the validation. And I'm returning the token after I successfully authenticate. So this method is not yet created. I will create. I will say that this returns login. And then I will implement the logic. The first thing that I'm going to do is to find user by ID here. So user repo, find by ID. I'm missing the equal sign here. Or else throw invalid credentials. Okay, so I'm going to throw invalid credentials if this doesn't exist. The second thing that I'm going to do here is to actually check and validate the secret. So I'm going to do create a new variable, TFA secret, so two-factor authentication secret, and this variable it will be so if user dot get TFA secret is not empty, so if this is not true, then this value, it will be user dot get TFA secret, but if it is empty, I will take the secret from the request. Okay. And the next step, it will be to validate this secret. To validate this secret, we are going to create a new bin. So in this case, I will also first I will have to change my dependencies. So I need a new dependency here to be dev dot some Stevens, and here I will also do a change because I no longer need this dependency. We can always optimize a bit. So this library also contains something that will replace what we were doing before. So we can reload this and then we'll fix our issues. Back to the bin config, I will create a bin here. It will be a public bin of type code verifier. And I will return a new default code verifier. And this takes as an argument, first I will create a new default code generator and a new system time provider. Okay, this is my bin that I'm going to provide. My login now is broken, and this is broken because I removed the library that I was using. So here I will use a default secret generator, a new default secret generator actually, and I will just call method generate. So I'll generate the secret like this. I have some cleanup to do on my imports, and after this everything should be fine. So on my authorization service, I need to inject the bin I just created. So private final, I forgot how I called the bin, code verifier. So now that I added this, code verifier here, I can use it here. I'll do if code verifier is valid code. Here I will pass the secret, so my TFA secret and my code. And if this is valid, actually I'll do the opposite, not valid. So if this is not valid, I will throw again invalid, new invalid credentials error. Okay, if this is not valid, I'm not authenticated. And then the last step, if, well, not last step, but almost, if this TFA secret, if user, if this is true, if this objects, if this is true, I want to update this, and I want to do user set TFA secret with the secret I received in the request, and I want to do user repo dot save user. Okay. After this, what I'm going to do is the same thing that I do in login. This is my two-factor login, so I will do exactly the same thing as I do in login, and everything should be fine. We can always optimize a bit, and we should always correct our code when we see that we have wrong things. So in the case of the login, I still have one issue here. Let me try to find it out. Yes, I didn't add this to the constructor. So now it's here. We can always optimize. So in login method, we should return null values when the two-factor was already done. So in fact, here, going back to login. So in login, this and this should not be present if the authentication, two-factor authentication was already done. So to do that, first I'm going to change this. I'm going to have a different implementation here. So string OTP secret equals null. String OTP URL equals null. And then I will add a Boolean variable here, Boolean generate secret. Generate OTP. And here, if generate OTP, I will do OTP secret equals this. Generate OTP secret, and OTP URL equals get OTP URL for this OTP secret. So I can then delete this, and I can change this OTP secret here to OTP URL. I will change this to OTP URL, and I will copy this to add here as well, like this. So my first issue is that I forgot this here. Second issue is that I'm using this method in 3 places and I don't have the Boolean passed. So here, what am I going to do in the login is objects equals user dot get TFA secret empty. And here is the same. So here, refresh access. If we are refreshing the access, we we are not doing the check here. So in this case, I'll just say false. We're not using the output anywhere. And in the other case, we are also doing this because we already tackled this here. So this is after we log in. So in this case, it will be, oops, it will be also false. So our change is done. We are going to run the application just to see if we missed something. And our two-factor application configuration is now complete.
Now it's time to use two-factor authentication on the front end. So the first change that I will do is I will create a new folder, login, because now the login will be a complicated component. So I'll move login.vue here and make sure to also make this change in the router. And now I'll split the login component into multiple components. So the first change is I'll cut the code here. I'll create a new Vue component. I'll call it login form. And I'll paste the same code there. So why did I make this change? I'll explain it when I make all the changes. So I'll copy also the setup and I'll paste it here. Here we need the data to be reactive, that is correct, but we don't need the router. We need Axios, but now when we log in, we will not get a bearer token, so this will change. So I will remove both the token and the redirect, and for the moment we want to use this component like this, login form. Don't forget also to import the login form here and the components here. Now this data reactive should be added in that component, and also this submit function should not belong here. We still need the router, but we are not using it yet. So what do we do now in this component? We will get the login data from this request, and we will pass it to the authenticator form, which will create it in the next tutorial. So what I will do right now is add this emits, and this will emit some login data which is needed on the other component. And in the setup here we need the props, so I will change this to TypeScript, so lang ts here. And for TypeScript we need to cast it. I will cast the props as any, and the second parameter is context setup context. Import setup context from Vue. So why do we need these two values? So we don't need the props, actually we need just the context, because when we log in we will use context emit login data, the value that we emit, and the value will be response. Actually I will deconstruct it directly, the data, or not. I will not deconstruct it because the data is this variable, so we will emit response that data and await here. So we will get the information from this request, we will emit it, and in our login here we will get the login data like this. And for the moment I will just console log the value that we get from login data. So I will pass the event here. So the event is the data that we sent in this emit here. So let's try it out. Let's inspect. Let's see the console, and I will try b@b.com, be here, sign in, and we actually get an invalid credentials, so that is my bad. I forgot that we changed the password here. 1234, sign in. We got the correct information, and we should maybe this console log is not working. Then I probably need a function here. That I will console log now. So the data is here, and I will just console log it, and I'll return the function login data like this, and we will get it here. So this for sure it will work. Let's try it again. b@b.com 1234, and we got a response. So this is the event from the login form, and we got it in this form. So right now we haven't done much. We will see why we need this in the next tutorial when we create the Authenticator form. So we got the information from the login form, and now we want to create the Authenticator form. So let's do it. Authenticator form. And the form will be similar. I will copy it from forgot, and I will paste it in the Authenticator form. We don't need these classes, and we need just an input here. Please insert your Authenticator code. The input is type text, so I will remove this. The placeholder will be 6 digits code, and this is 6 digits code. And we need the variable, so let's add here setup, and we will get a code is equal to ref. Let's import it from Vue, and let's return the code. So the code will be this value here. We need also the submit function, so let's create a function submit, and this will be an empty function for the moment, and let's return it here. So that's it, and now we want to redirect to this component when we get the data from the login form. So I'll add here also the Authenticator form. Don't forget also to import this component. Now I'll create also a variable login data, which is equal to reactive, and by default I will set the ID to 0. So we need to remove this login data here, and the way that we will use this variable now is like this. So we will set the login data directly is equal to the event. So this is similar. By default the ID will be 0, because every time we log in we will get every time an ID, and the other values are optional. Now we will show the login form if if here the login data.id is equal to 0. The other case is when we show the authenticator form, and the login data.id should not be equal to 0. So this is how it will work. When we submit the form, we will change the login data, and when we change, this will probably change and we will show the other form, but we will keep the data here. We need to pass that data now to the authenticator form. So to do that, let's go to the authenticator form, and we need to add here props, and the props will be login data that we will send, and those props we will get it from the setup here, props as any. It can be like this, or we can set login data as any. Also, let's change the language to TypeScript. So the props has our login data, and we will use that data to submit the authenticator form. So let's do it now. Let's import Axios from Axios, and here let's make the function asynchronous, and we will get a response. It will be equal to await Axios post to 2-factor, and the data that we will send are the login data that we get from the props, so props.login data, along with the code. So the code by default will be empty, and this will be code is equal to code.value because we are using ref. And that should be it. So now I forgot also another thing, that this request needs with credentials to true. And the login form probably does not need now with credentials to true because we will not get the cookie there. So that is something that I forgot to change. So this request is like this, and this will get the cookie, and also in the response we will get the data that we will set it to Axios. So I'll copy the code here, and I'll paste it to the authenticator form. So Axios defaults headers common is equal to data.token, and that should be it. But we are still not finished yet. Let's just test the part that we redirect to the other form. So I will use b@b.com, or I will use this user a@a.com, sign in, and we still don't get the form. So the request is successful. So not sure why this is happening. I guess this is not the right way of using a reactive variable. So I will recreate the function again. So set login data, and we'll get the data here, and I'll return it here, and we will set login data here. So when we set the data, first we will set the ID. Login data.id is equal to data.id, and if the other values are set, which in this case is data.secret is set, then we will set the login data secret is equal to data.secret, and the other value, which is this value which I copied, so OTP auth URL. So these values are optional. They are not actually started with, but they may be or they may be not. So I think this is the case that it will work now. And also I forgot something else. We have to pass this login data to the authenticator form, which we didn't. So if we go back, we will add the login data is equal to this login data. So the difference here is that we receive events here and we set these values here. I'll save it. Let's try again now. a@a.com, and we redirected. Now it is expecting us to put the authenticator code, which we will do it in the next tutorial. So now we need to insert our authenticator code, but before that, if the user hasn't stored the QR code yet, we need to show a QR code here. So let's do that. For that, we need to install a package, npm install QR code, and we need to install it as a dev dependency also. Let's also install npm install as a dev dependency types QR code, and let's use it. So when we go to the authenticator form, we will probably have this value OTP auth URL, and if we got that value, then we need to show a QR code. So let's do it now. I'll create a variable here, image, which is a reference to an empty string or null. I'll show null, and I will return the image here. And that image will be after the form here, so image. And now I will do this. I will check if props that login data, that this value which I will copy is set. Then if it is set, then we will do it like this, QR code. Let's import QR code here, import QR code from QR code. Then we will use it here, QR code to data URL. The value is props login data OTP auth URL, and then will be a function. So the function, the first parameter is an error, and the second parameter are the data that will render our QR code. So now when we get the data, our image, that value will be equal to data. So I think I made a mistake here. So what is the problem? So for the image here, I will use an image with an src to the image, and probably let's add a class of width 100. And we have a problem with the type of this image, so we should probably add it here. This is a ref that contains, I think it's a string or null. Like this, for sure, we will not have problems, and I will do a if here if the image is set. And that's it. Let's see it now. Let's log in with this user, and as you can see, we have a QR code showing here. I will scan it now with my phone. So I did scan it now, and I'll put now the value from my phone. So 838994, submit, and it's not working probably. Actually, this is successful. Everything is successful. I just forgot to redirect after we submit successfully. So let's do that. We need to add here an emits and this will be a success case. So if the form is successful, then we have the props here. We need to add also here the context, which is a type of setup context. Don't forget also to import it. And if it is successful, we will use context here, emit success, like this. But I will add here the status. So I'll make the condition if the status is 200, then we will emit success. And that's it. Now let's use it to our login, and this will emit the event that is successful. Let's add the function success. And we will return it here. And when is successful, we will call the success function. Now this success function, we will finally use this router, so we will await. So let's make this asynchronous. Await Axios not, sorry, my bad. Router push to the main page. And we also needed to use, I will move it down. Also the store is equal to use store, because if it is successful, we will also await store dispatch set auth to true, because we will be authenticated. And that should be it. So let's try it out again now. a@a.com, and this time we won't see a QR code, because when we scanned it at our phone and when we successfully logged in, we will not show a QR code again. We have stored it in our phone. Now the QR code is 155530. Submit, and I successfully redirected and I'm logged in now. So this is how it works. This is how we log in using two-factor authentication. Now we will add the Google Authentication in the front end. So let's start by adding a button here. Let's go to the login form and we will add a new button. I'll make it an anchor link. Login with Google. And href here will be JavaScript void 0. So when we click the button, nothing will happen. And let's add some classes. So this will be a class button, button outline danger, text center, margin top 3, and the width 100. So the button will look like this, and when we click, nothing will happen. So let's add the authentication part now. So first we need to install a package. So let's install a package called npm install Vue3 Google Auth. And I'm not sure if this has types, but let me try it. Npm install as a dev dependency, types Vue3 Google Auth. And let's go to our main.ts. So it does not have the types dependency. Here we will add a variable. So first let's import gout from Vue3 Google Auth. Now there is a problem with this, which we need to suppress this warning with ts ignore, but this will also cause another problem, because I think in our ESLint also TS ignore is also a problem, so we have to suppress this again. So a lot of suppressing here, just to import this package which has not a TypeScript version. So you can either add these comments or you can change your ESLint. I will use just these comments. And now let's create a variable gauth is equal to gauth create gauth like this. And inside we need to add only one thing, which is our client ID. And we can get that client ID if we go to our Google Cloud, click our app, and this is the client ID. I will copy this URL here and I'll paste it here. So that is the client ID. In the end, we will use this gauth. So we added it here. Now let's go to our login form, and here we need to import the same thing. So we need to import this part along with the comments, and I'll paste it here. So we added the import, and now I'll create a variable gauth is equal to lower gauth use gauth. So it is like this. And for the moment, let's console log this value gauth. And when we inspect here and see the console, we'll see gauth here, and we have a lot of functions. What we need is this sign in when we click this button. So let's do it now. Let's add an on click here. Click, and I'll create a function here, Google Auth. Let's return it here, Google Auth. And when we click, we will call the Google Auth function. Inside the Google Auth function, we will call this gauth, and we'll get the Google user is equal to gauth sign in. I think I made some mistakes, so this should be asynchronous, and this should be await here, and sign in is with capital I. And in the end, I will console log the Google user. So let's try this. Click login with Google, and as we can see, it's appearing our account. And when I click one of my accounts, this is the result. I'll get this response. And what do I need in this response is just this ID token. So that is the only thing that I need. So let's send that value to the backend, and let's complete the authentication. So we will get a response here, or I will get it directly like this. Status and data are equal to await Axios. We will post to the backend Google Authentication, and we will send only one token, which we get it from Google user WC ID underscore token. So this value here, WC ID underscore token. And of course, this is a login, so we need to add with credentials to true as well, because we will get the access and refresh token. Since it is a login, we need to use also this part, because we will get the access token, which we need to use it to our headers. And the status, we need it because if it is successful, if the status is 200, actually I will copy this code as well. If the status is 200, we will emit success. So we need to add a new emit here, success, and let's go to our login. So now the login form will have also the success function here, which I will copy and I will paste it here. So in the login form we can log in via Google, that's why we emit success. In the authenticator form, if we put the authenticator value, then we emit success. And that should be it. Let's try now to log in with my Google account. I'll select my user and it is successful. As you can see, this is my name on Google and now it's appearing logout here and everything is working as it should. Also, we got a refresh token. It seems we got also more information regarding Google, but we won't use that. We will use the refresh token and the access token that we get from our backend. So that's it. This is how we log in via Google, and this was also our course. Thank you for watching until now, and let me know if you have anything. Thank you.